Welcome everybody to the channel and welcome to another Let's Play. This time we're going to play Mechwarrior Online. We haven't touched base on this in quite a long time. So I've been dying to get my hands on this game because me personally, I love this game. I love this game so much. And why not just have a casual gameplay and have you come along with me? Why not? I'm gonna try not to explain too much on this one. I'm just going to try and just have casual gameplay here. Now, most people when they play this game, they play to win. Me, I just play to have fun. I play what I want to play. I play how I want to play. People always play this game to win and only to win. That's not the way I play. That's not the way things go with me. I'm a different animal. I'm also a very old veteran, so I like to play the way I like to play. So, with that said, we're going to get started. So let's just get on it. Oh, jeez. The interruptions are driving me batshit. There we go. Now, hopefully, we won't be interrupted. Don't count on it. Okay. Currently, I have a longbow out. Let's see what we got. Now, my specialty is long-range combat in this game. My specialty has always been long-range combat since the very beginning. So, I would like to show you a mech that I just picked up recently. You're probably going to say to me, why? I'm going to show you guys why right now. You guys are probably thinking, why would you ever get something like this? It makes no sense, does it? I'm about to show you why I would get a king crab. To the mech lab. A friend of mine brought this to my attention. Now, as you can see, there's not a lot of missiles in here. And that's fine. But the one thing there is storage space. Now, what you can do is remove, put in an LRM 20, of course, if you can get it to fit. Remove the AC-20s, put in one LRM 20, and then insert all the ammunition for the LRM 20. There's a case in here, so this is protected. So all the ammo goes where the case is, only where the case is. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this right. Next step, we have the AC, we have the ballistic. We have the place where the ballistic is. We could put in two ballistics if we want to. And we have one laser. If we're going to put one laser in, let's make it a good one, shall we? Now, we're going to need a laser that can fire faster. Let's try a pulse laser. Pulse lasers are faster, and large X pulse laser is better. But we are going to need double heat sinks. So now we need to put double heat sinks in the same place where that is. Okay, now we have two for the engine. Now we're going to put in ammunition in here and here. Now what ballistic weapon should we use for a king crab? We could use an autocannon. We could use an LBX. We could use a rotary. A rotary would be absolutely evil. We could use the Ultra ACs. We could put in some Gauss rifles. That's interesting. Or we could save space and use a mag shot and use a lot of ammo. A mag shot is a Gauss rifle that's smaller and lighter. By putting in 2 mag shots, it allows us to put in double the ammunition. So now we don't have to conserve ammo. We can just splurge on ammo. So you don't have to worry about ammo, ever. Also, having a rotary comes in handy also. Because having a rotary gun would really help. Personally, I like the LBX ACs. They hit harder, but you get less ammo, so you have to make every shot you fire count, which means you have to aim very carefully. No wasting ammo with LBX ACs or standard ACs. Do not waste any shots. Aim very carefully. Make sure that the range is in. Make sure you know the range of each and every gun you put in. The rotary, you can blow ammo a little bit. You have room. Mag shots, don't worry. With the amount of ammo you could put in that thing, you're covered. So think of it this way. First, we're going to decide what we're going to put in. Let's see if we could put in a rotary first. Rotary AC2. That's not good. We don't have enough cash to cover this. So we need stuff that we have. So let's see. What do we have? I don't use a lot of ballistics, as you can see. Do we have any rotaries? No, we don't. We have an Ultra AC 20. A buttload of machine guns. 1 mag shot. We have a lot of ACs. Do you have any AC 10s? You have 2 AC 20s. This might work. Wow, they're huge. How about put in AC5s? Does that work? Okay, we have two AC5s in. I already had them in stock, so we're not going to spend any money. So far, we're getting there. So far, not spending any money so far. We're good. Now, ammunition. We need to have ammunition in these bad boys first. Before you put any ammo, go to equipment, throw a case. Whenever you have any ballistics with ammo or guns, make sure a case is in that part. That's the one advantage that Clan Tech has over IS. Clan Tech has the advantage of having cases in their parts automatically. So stray bullets and stray explosions will not damage the parts next door, because the case is protecting it. So if you blow the arm off, the torso will be okay. So if you can, make sure you're using IS, make sure you have cases in everything. You don't need one in the head. If by putting one in the core, this helps to keep the core protected, but you might not be able to. Keep that in mind. See? If you can't, don't sweat it. Not a big deal. Now, we have 4 double heat sinks for 1 large pulse laser. Is it feasible or is it overkill? I'd have to say it might be a slight bit overkill. Now, we have case. Now, the reason why we have a case here is because the right torso is right next to the head and the core. And the head and the core have to be protected at all times. Now, we don't want to put we don't want to put cases in the head or the core if we don't have to. Okay? And if we are going to put this into the core, we're going to either use a laser or we're going to use the ammunition one and put the ammo in the legs. If you blow a leg off, it won't set the core on fire. So you're fine. It says you will. Trust me, I've tried it. You won't. I purposely had a friend of mine come into a test battle and had him blow my leg off with a full leg worth of ammo, no case. The core wasn't touched once. The only time you put on a case is if that mech has very small legs. If you have very small legs, consider putting a case in the legs. If you have very long legs in your mech, you're fine. Because the ammo is stored in the bottom of the leg. Because the upper part of the leg has actuators. See? All the actuators are on the top. And the top, this is the part that is attached to the part of the leg that's attached to the hinge. is up here. The middle of the leg is right here. The part near the foot is right here. So if you put one or two bits of ammo here, it's not going to hurt. It might explode, but it's not going to hurt. So it will not hurt this, and it won't hurt any of this. Because don't forget, the leg hinge is attached to the core. Now, the hinge is protected by all of this. This will go first, which will blow the hinge, which will detach the which will nearly detach the leg completely. So you have dual AC5s. Now that you have the cases, you're thinking about how much ammo should I really use. Now, you have a lot of tonnage spare. So let's see if we can work this out. Now, don't forget, a king crab is a really heavy mech. So we can really push as much ammo in this thing, as much ammo in this beast as we can fit. Let's give it our best shot, shall we? Now watch what's happening. See this? You know why this is doing this? We have fair fibrous armor. Fair fibrous armor, these are the armor slots for the fair fibrous armor. Now when you put something in the armor slots, the fair fibrous armor has to claim a certain amount of armor. So when you put something in those armor slots, it starts claiming empty spots. The reason why we put a case with nothing in it is to protect the armor that's going to place itself right there. So we have 220 ammo. We don't have to purchase anything. So what we're going to do is now, do we not have enough? No, we actually are getting close. I think we're getting close to our max tonnage. Shit. I think we're going to have to remove LRM 20. And maybe put in an LRM 15. Maybe that might work. Okay, now we're going to try this. Heavenly Mother of God, please work. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. A large extra pulse laser. 1 double heatsink. Standard 300. 2 double heatsinks in the engine, including the one here that makes 3. That means we have 2 3, 6, 9 standard heat sinks in this mech right now. 9 standard heat sinks is more than enough for one pulse laser. That's overkill. But just putting heat sinks in the engine is not enough. We need at least one heat sink in the mech itself. Otherwise, there might be an issue. Heat sinks in the engine will work great if you're gonna overheat. But the big issue is the big issue that I notice is that you have your autocannons and you have your autocannon ammo. Let's say, for argument's sake, someone blows your right arm off. It explodes. That explosion will radiate to as many of other parts as there is. Now, according to this doesn't give you enough to go by. So what we're going to do is we're going to save, get out of here, and we're going to show you guys what might be vulnerable, so to speak. First, let's see if we have any equipment, sensors we can put in there. Let's see, maybe a big electric probe. No, we don't have enough tonnage for that. I was hoping we had enough tonnage, at least to slap in one. Now, we have no reason to put any cases in the legs. But just for safety's sake, we're going to put a case in the legs. Just for safety's sake, because this will go up like a Christmas tree, because there's a lot of ammo here. I want this protected. This is where all of our vulnerability is going to be, on this side. I want cases and everything. This side, if you're going to face toward the enemy, you're going to face the side that is least vulnerable. So you're going to torso twist left facing the enemy and fire. Don't forget, always set that up. Whenever you're playing this game, it's always good to have one side that's not as vulnerable as the other. Which means that our right hand side is going to be the most vulnerable. Okay, let's save this and see where we're at. It's going to cost $2 million. $2 million to build this. Can you believe this, guys? Insane. $2 million just to build this. Well, if we're going to spend $2 million, we may as well make them look good, shall we? Okay, let's see what we can do. Let's see what I own first. Well, I own nothing for the King Crab. Let's see what we own as far as colors goes. Right now, it's not painted at all. So let's see if we slap some paint on this bitch. So, because I am House Davion, we're going to try and use House Davion's colors. So that would be Escalation Deep Blue. All right. All right. Not quite the way I wanted it to look. It'll have to do. Let's see. How about this? What do you think? Yes, no, maybe so. What do you think? Yes, no, eh? How about we put some decals on it? So, I am part of the Innisphere, and I'm in House Davion. So let's show our support for House Davion and throw something on there for him. So we don't ruin the actual mech. We're going to put it in the most inconspicuous location. Putting it on the hinges is good. This way it doesn't disturb the actual color, the actual decals on the actual mech. So it doesn't ruin the decals. So we're going to use another decal over here. Now decorating the mechs is half the fun. Making sure you put the right decals in the right places. Make sure everything looks just right. Now you have to represent the house you're in all angles. Represented, represented, not represented. So where can we put so everybody can see it? Well, we could put one here and one there. One here and one there. Or one there or one there. If we put one here, I would make it slightly larger and just put one in the front, and that's it. Personally, I enjoy looking at small ones on the side. Comment down below what you think, which one you like the best. Do you like putting them here? Or do you like putting one big one right there? Drop a comment down below. I'm curious. Whatever you guys suggest, I will make those changes. Whatever you guys suggest. If you guys suggest I put them on the legs, I will do that. I'll put them right there. I could put them right there. Those are kind of small. I could even put them right there. I could even put them right there. I mean, I could put them anywhere on the legs. If you guys want. Drop a comment down below. Tell me where you want me to put the house logos in the front. 2 on the legs, 1 in the crotch. Let's see, I could fit small ones on the shoulders right there. See that? I fit 2 small ones on both shoulders. Also, I could also fit 2 even smaller ones right there in the front. But they're kind of small, so it might not be worth it. It might be worth putting them on the legs. For now, until I read all your comments, for now I'm going to put them right there. Until you guys drop a comment down below, I will put them right there until I get a comment. When I get a comment from all you guys, then and only then will I change them. But I really would like to know your opinions on where I should put them. So now the front is represented. Sides are represented. Let's work on the back. Now, you technically do not want anybody to see your back. But if they do, you want them to know who you represent. You want to make sure they know who they're dealing with. Me personally, I like to do something unorthodox, we'll say. Let's see if I don't own it. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can buy something. I think you guys might enjoy this. Check this out. No, that's not what I wanted. No. No. No, that's not what I wanted. Fuck me. Really? Whatever. There you go. All right, now where is the lettering? I need lettering. So, I think you guys might enjoy this. If I do this, it's going to piss off everybody, and I love it. I love pissing everybody off in this game. It's all the more reason to turn around and let them have it. And if they let me have it, fine, I deserve it. I deserve every minute of it. But what I'm about to do is nothing short of brilliant. So, I need lettering. I know they have lettering. Where to find it is hard. Flat battery. Let's see. Hazard sign, Hellfire. Hexagon, High Impact. Hot Stuff. Hazmark. Jolly Roger. Jump Jet Thrust. K9 Police Badge. This might be good for the urban mech, the police urban mech. Put that on the police urban mech. That might be pretty cool. It's 180 mech credits. So, that could work. Actually, I'm going to star that Because if we do have money, we're going to pick that up. We're going to put that on our Irby. If we do have that. Killer Bees. Knights of the Inner Sphere. All right, here we go. We got our letters. We need this one. You guys are gonna love this. You're gonna laugh your ass off. Watch this. Ready? This is evil, but nothing says then how's that? To stick that in that pipe and smoke it. And just so they know who they're dealing with. Once again, you want to represent the house. Proudly represent your house. Now you're gonna piss every clanner off you could think of just by doing that. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything bad. It's just what it represents. Okay, first off, we need to paint it. Now, how about wait. Even better. Perfect. Even better. I love it. Okay, guys, it looks good. Now, we don't have enough mech credits for that. For real? We need 180. We only have 115. Oh, we don't have enough mech credits. We need 180. I only have 115. See, that's how much we need. That's how much I have. That's not enough. So, although this is absolutely hilarious, you have to admit, this is brilliant. I would love to go out in the battlefield with that on my trunk. Nothing says than putting FU on the back of your mech. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I would love to have a sign that says "Have a nice day" on the back. That would be brilliant. Instead of having this, I would love to have a sign, like probably on the back right here, that says "Have a nice day" on the back, and put a smiley face here. That would be brilliant. If I could do that, I have a smiley face. I don't have a sign that says "Have a nice day." and they don't have one in this game. Too bad you can't import a sign, because that'd be brilliant. That'd be great if you could. Okay, so those two are gone. Obviously, those two are gone. So because we can't purchase that, so that's gonna have to go. That's gone. That's gone. We can't purchase it, so we're gonna have to think of something else. But that would have been a brilliant idea. I would have been like, but we can't. So let's think of something else. It's just too bad we can't use it because it's just the perfect thing. I mean, we have, but it's not the same. We need, that's what we need. We need that. So we're going to start that because that we need. We're not a mercenary, so we can't use that. Obviously, it's a big ass mech because it's not so it's not a ninja. Samurai? I don't think a king crab is considered a samurai. Let's see. Savior AMS systems. I don't think we have AMS on here. I don't think we have an AMS on here. We probably should put one on here. That is quite an important thing, so we probably should eventually put one on here. I did mention having a smiley face on here, so that might be a good idea to put one on. So maybe we just might do that. How about that? We'll put a really big smiley face right on there. Okay, now we gotta redo this decal because it got all messed up. Oh. 5. We need slot 5. Nope. Slot 7. So smelly face goes in slot 5. Perfect. Now to call them. Yellow. Brilliant. It'll have to do. My vision was to put FU, but I can't do that because you need mech credits and I don't have enough. So, and I digress. That would have been brilliant, but c'est la vie. Okay, we now have representation in the back, on the sides, and the front. We're all set. we could go overkill. We could go overkill if we were long range only. We could put a flag on the back. I like putting flags on the mechs if they're artillery or they say, and the mechs do not go back. Any mech that thrusts its way forward, I do not use flags because they can't hide. They can't hide behind anything because they know they're coming. So that would be stupid. So a flag would probably be okay for this because this mech was kind of like, well, having dual ACs in the front and one missile launcher in the back kind of gives you a long range. The mid-range is the autocannons and the laser gun. That's your mid-range weapons. Your long-range weapon is your missile launcher right there. Now, missile boats usually only have one, maybe two lasers and all the rest missiles. Because they chose not to go that route, this cannot be used as a missile boat. Although, if you wanted to, you can make this a missile boat. Now, don't forget, it's very easy to make a king crab into a missile boat. If you want, we're going to take this on one battle. After we take this on one battle, we're going to decide whether we like it, whether we don't like it. Knowing my playstyle, I'm probably going to end up making this a missile boat. And of course, you guys are gonna cringe, but it is what it is. By the way, the top of this mech looks like this. Nice looking mech, huh? So by putting our colors on it, it kind of does make sense now. It really and truly does make sense. Okay. Now let's see if we have any bolt-ons to put on. I don't believe we have any more. I think we're out. So that's unfortunate because we only have 119 left. So as far as patterns goes, I don't think we have any patterns. No. Okay, we're going to save. Save configuration, save changes. Yes, please. Now, this didn't cost me anything because I already have the colors and I have the decals. That's why it didn't cost me anything, because I already owned what we put on. Now, when you're a mercenary, you never buy decals of specific clans or Innisphere houses. Once you become a member of a house or a member of a clan, you're kind of required to have representation of that house or that clan on your mech to let them know that you're proud of being one of them. That's the way things should be. You should proudly represent who you belong to. Show some pride. So also try to show some pride in the way it looks. You may not be the best player in the world, but if it looks good, you're in like Flint. The number one thing I'm telling you guys is to make sure that mech looks good. Usually I name the mech what it has in it. Now don't forget, these names right here only show up in your garage. These names do not show up in the game. These names are for your reference, is for you only. So it's always a good idea to put what you have in it or the type of mech you set it up for. In this case, I have AC and I have LRM. That one laser, it's non-existent at this point. There's no way. I mean, there's no way. I have a 7-button mouse, so I could have up to 7 groups. But the fact of the matter is, the first button should always be your unlimited ammo. So that would be the laser. Anything that has unlimited ammo should be on your first button. Now, your second button should always be the ballistics. I have my third and fourth thumb trigger buttons. My third and fourth thumb trigger buttons I usually save for my LRM's launchers. This time I only have one LRM launcher, so I'm going to put on group number 3. So my first button is going to be my pulse laser. Second button is going to be my dual AC5s. Third button is going to be my LRM 15. So I'm going to be using my index finger, my second finger, and my third and my thumb. Okay, my thumb has 2 buttons next to it. My thumb has 2 buttons next to it. My pinky finger, there's 2 buttons where my pinky finger is. That's 5 and 6. I never use those, ever. For some reason, my pinky finger just doesn't want to cooperate when it wants to cooperate. Why should I bother getting involved by depending on my pinky finger if it doesn't want to cooperate? I don't know why somebody put buttons. I don't know why somebody made you push buttons with your pinky finger. Why didn't they just put it so that you can push it with another finger? It's much more comfortable to hit it with your pinky finger because of where it is. Let me show you guys the mouse I'm talking about. This is the mouse I'm using. There's button 1. There's button 2. Button 3 and button 4 is here. Button 5 is here. Button 6 and button 7 is here and there. Right there on the top. There's also a button here, which for some reason I can't find anything to program it. And there's also 2 buttons here, which I also can't find anything to program it. So this button actually has 10 buttons, but I can't program any of the other buttons. The only buttons I have available to me to program are button 1, button 2, button 3, and button 4. Button 5 is that really big button. This is button 5. This is button 5. This button I can program. But that means I have to program button 4. And button 4 is kind of stuck. So I have to be very careful. So I have to leave 4 blank and skip to 5, which is this. One of the buttons on this mouse is broken, and that's button 4. So I just ignore 4. I ignore 5 and 6 and all the rest of them. I just do 1, 2, 3, 4. And I ignore 5 and 6. So that's, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Wait, no. I have so many buttons on this thing, I don't know where it is. Anyway, 2 on the top, the 2 on the side by my thumb, and the one underneath work. But the one on the right side, the button is stuck and it won't unstick. So I have to be very careful when I pair my mechs, because I have to skip number 4 because my button 4 doesn't work. So we're going to skip number 4 and go right to number 5 inside G. What do we want to put on number 5? We should have an alpha strike. Now that one button's very hard to push. You have to extend your thumb out to push the 5th button. So an alpha strike should be available. Number 5. So an alpha strike is button 5. Okay. Now skills. This has ballistics, lasers, and missiles. So it has all 3. So what we should do is we should work on the structural integrity of the body first, so the mech will last longer. We should work on this. Everything over here should be done first. Then work on this. So all of this gets taken away. This gets worked on. This gets done first. We have to be able to take a hit. In order to take a hit, we need to make it more durable. This will help us do that. Once that's done, we'll work on the firepower. Move. Thank you. Mobility, it's an assault mech. We do not need mobility. We could use it. We do not need it. It doesn't have jump jets, so we don't have to worry about that. Heat shielding and vent calibration, I don't think we even need to bother with that. This one. Of course, we have people interrupting us. This all depends on the mech and the way it's set up. Now, this might come in handy because anything that helps you climb up a hill without losing speed is useful. Now, if God forbid you're legged, someone destroys a leg, a mech slows down instantly because it hobbles. If you max this out, the mech will no longer hobble when you destroy a leg. It will walk normally. This helps the leg maintain its composure so that they know the mech is not destroyed yet. You know it's destroyed, so you know to get the hell out of there. This is a good thing to have. You could very easily fool somebody into thinking that that leg is not damaged yet. So they'll keep firing at that leg and there's nothing wrong with it. So, very useful skill. Heat containment. Let's say you are firing a lot of alpha strikes. And those alpha strikes are generating a lot of heat. Now that heat is starting to build up. Eventually it's going to build up to a point where you're not going to be able to handle that much anymore. So eventually you're just going to have to, the mech is going to want to shut down. You could hit the override button and continue going on. But if you override and you continue to push, the mech will explode with you in it and you will not be able to eject. Fair warning. If you push an override, it's up to you to manage the heat. Not the mech. It's up to you to manage the heat properly. Okay, guys? The purpose of having an override button is for you to get the hell out of there and not fire anything. Use ballistics only. Use that to cover your tracks while you're escaping. Okay, guys? Get out of dodge as quickly as you possibly can. Once it's safe, turn the override off then go back into the battle. Make sure, if you hit the override, make sure you don't do anything stupid like making the mech explode. Anybody who hits the override button just for that mech to explode is a goddamn moron. It's not my opinion, it's a fact. Because that override is very dangerous. Because you push that mech way too much and you turn the override off and it explodes, that's your own goddamn fault. It's not anybody else's. It's your own goddamn fault. Because you're the goddamn moron tried to turn it off in the first place. Just don't do it, and you'll be fine. If you're overheating, cover your tracks. Retreat, face forward, retreat. Make strategic retreat and fire at the enemy while you're retreating and keep different sides. Facing different sides, like moving like this. And retreat. Facing forward. You'll be fine. You'll be just fine. Okay, we're going to run a test. We're going to go out in a quick play mission. We're going to see how this does. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to be great. This match is probably going to suck. In fact, they're probably going to die because it's a brand new mech. It's not done. Nothing has been set in it yet. I don't have any points left put on this mech yet. So this mech is going to be extremely squishy considering its size. And I'm also not used to playing. This is my first King Crab I've ever played. So 9 times out of 10, this match is gonna suck. Keep this in mind. Okay, guys? So we're gonna go into quick play and we're gonna see how it does. Now, my main goal with this mech is not to go and charge. My main goal is to be mid-range. It's kind of odd to see a mech this big be in mid-range. But we do not have enough missiles to be in the back. We're not artillery. We're not a missile boat, which means we're not considered artillery. So if we're not artillery, we have to stay midpoint. We don't charge forward. We stay midpoint. We don't charge forward. We stay in the middle of the map. Here's the enemy flag. Here's our flag. This King Crab should never go past the midpoint. Why? Because it has assault weapons and it has long range weapons. So it can go either front or back. So if they need help with the flag, the King Crab can turn tail and run back to base. And use his assault weapons to help them with the flag. And he can assist the front line by running to the midpoint and launching his LRMs at the enemies far away. So technically we want a big map. Not a big map, not a good one for this guy. This is a pretty decent map. This map is much better for him. A skirmish would be better. And we got a skirmish. Asking you shall receive. Everybody always picks skirmish. When you have big mechs, skirmish is the best call. When you have small mechs, you want the big maps at all times because small mechs can get into the rear of the map in no time flat. namely your fire moth, your flea, your fire moth, your flea, the fire moth and the flea. Those are the fastest ones I can think of. Those two can get to the other side of the map in no time flat. So they are going to be your capture targets. You're going to use your smallest mechs to capture. Now we have an enforcer, a bane. We have an urban mech. Urbies, people always trash an urban mech. I love urban mechs. I think they're fun. I love Urbies. They're a lot of fun. And I give them a lot of credit for playing it. Because I personally love mine. The only reason why I'm not playing mine is because I have mechs I have to work on right now. So, excuse me, guys. Get the hell off my goddamn screen. Right in the middle of my screen. How rude. Okay. This is button 1.
Target acquired.
Alpha going towards Bravo 4.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Okay, now we've been spotted, so we're going to try and stay back. Come on with the goddamn chat. Really? Come on. Lock already. Why are you taking so goddamn long to lock?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need
New target
assistance.
I
acquired.
think they have a jammer. Because my HUD is flashing.
New target acquired.
Here we go. What keeps shooting me in the ass? You don't want to be right behind me, because if I get shot in the ass again, I'm gonna figure you start shooting back.
Target spotted. Sorry.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I want to go up there fast. You're all by yourself in Bravo.
New target acquired.
Shit.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Well, at least I gave you 659.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Center torso critically damaged. Wounded incoming. Target
25% of
destroyed.
the enemies are
Right
eliminated.
torso.
Lost half our
Oh,
Can't lose
crap.
any more soldiers.
Well, heat is not an issue with this mech. We know this. Heat's not a problem. That large pulse laser is a decent addition. I do like having that large pulse laser there. The autocannons, I think I need to play a couple more rounds in order to get good use of the autocannons. So, for future reference, we're going to work on the structure of the mech first. Then we're going to work on the autocannon. We're going to try and boost that autocannon as much as we can. Then the very dead last, we're going to work on sensors. If we can try and sneak out a sensor array on this thing, we'll do it. I think if we can sneak a sensor array on this thing, I think we'll be good to go. This map is very hard in a way when you have a mech that is like you don't actually know what it is yet. You're going to have bad matches because the mech doesn't have a purpose. It's kind of well-rounded. And being a well-rounded mech, you're not a master of anything. So you can't exactly play like these guys play. So when the mech is not a master of anything, that was a Griffin? Oh, that didn't stand a chance against 4 guys. Screw that. A Griffin's a medium mech. Griffin didn't stand a chance against 4 guys. Alright. We helped... Yeah, we helped kill 8 guys. Helped kill. We didn't kill. We didn't kill anybody. We helped kill 8 guys. No, we helped kill 1 guy. We did 15 damage. We took 443, which means we got destroyed. Which means we need to work on our armor. Which means that some of the weapons we have on there need to go, and we need to add armor. Armor has become a major priority. Let's take it back to the mech lab and work on armor. Armor is the number one priority right now. Until we can get some of the stats up with this thing, let's work on the armor and remove some of the fluff out of this mech. So this mech has quite a bit of fluff in it. It's the way it should be. Let's take it out, add more armor. When the mech gets fully modernized, then we'll put it back the way it's supposed to be. So we're gonna have to give it some weight back in order to add armor. So back to the mech lab we go. Now, first off, let's see how much available armor we have. Apparently, all the head, torsos, arms all maxed out. The core is maxed out in the front and in back. The only thing that's not maxed out is the legs. And there's really not much we can do. Maybe add... That's all we can do. That's all we can do. We're maxed. That's it. Alright. This mech is maxed out as far as armor goes. This is okay. This one is situational. We're going to have to place ourselves in a situation where this could be used. Because this is a crucial part of this mech. Because this mech, we could hang back and once we run out of ammunition, then we can move forward. We can do that. This mech can be used for long range warfare. And once we run out of LRMs, we can move up to support the heavies, or whatever's left of the heavies. This can be used as this mech can be used just like that. So we can treat this mech as though it was a missile boat. Why? Because we have an LRM-15 with all this ammo attached to it. Why not? So here's the thought. We could leave everything exactly the way it is. We already know that heat is not a problem. And I have a funny feeling the heat is never going to be an issue. So, especially the way I play, the heat in the engine should be enough. I figured at least put one in the mech and we're fine. So that one heat sink right there is what? How many tons? 1 ton? 1 ton. What are you going to put there for 1 ton? We can put 4 AC weapons. We can only put 1 missile and 1 laser. So let's say we do now, if we put in a second laser, we have to remove this. If we remove this, we can put 2 medium lasers. 2 normal medium lasers right there. But then, if we do that, that makes us very vulnerable to overheating because we're depending on the engine heat sinks to keep us cool. And that's not good. So, we could use a large laser, but a large pulse laser fires faster, which means it's going to generate more heat, which means the double heat sink has us covered. Not to worry. We're not going to overheat as long as we have that. So as long as we have this has to be here. These will not overheat. Only if you spam these to no end. And this at the same time. So I mean, the heat is 4.5 and heat is 1.5. So if you spam this and this at the same time, then and only then you might overheat. But you're not going to fire missiles and lasers at the same time. Unless you're firing rockets, because rockets you can fly right in somebody's face. Or SR short streaks. If you're using short streak missiles, then only then will you fire lasers. Because super short streak missiles are meant for short range combat, just like SRMs. So naturally, if you're firing SRMs, you will fire lasers at the same time. But you have to be very careful. Have your SRM launchers on one side of the mech, have your lasers on the other side of the mech. Because sometimes firing SRMs and lasers at the same time, the heat that the lasers generate will sometimes set the missiles off before they reach their targets. I've seen it happen a couple of times, not often, a couple of times I've seen that happen. So you need to be very careful not to put your missiles too close to your SRMs, because the heat that the lasers generate will sometimes cook off the SRMs after launch. So be very cautious. Make sure you have enough heat sinks and make sure you don't get the mech too hot. If you get the mech too hot and you fire both at the same time, you might cause an explosion, and that might set the whole mech on fire and you'd be screwed. So really, in reality, there's nothing more we can do with this mech. This mech is done. This mech is officially done. You can't do anything else with this mech. What we can do is we can make this an Artemis guidance system. Now this might come in handy, but Artemis guidance system is going to be heavier, so you might run into some weight problems, which means you might not have enough, which means you might have to take less ammunition, which might be a problem for this particular mech. So we're not going to do that. And if we switch over into steel, drop the ferrofibra, it's only going to save a little bit of armor, not enough to even give a shit. So stick with the ferrofibrous armor. We're going to leave the structure standard. We'll leave the missile guidance as standard. Leave the missile guidance as standard instantly. We're not going to screw around with the ammo. Leave it alone. Leave everything alone. Do not touch it. We're going to go back out. And we're going to try again. That's all we can do, guys. All we can do is keep trying. And if we get too many missiles thrown at us, we're going to have to toss in an AMS. Unfortunately, which means that some things are going to have to get removed. We might have to remove some ammunition, at least one rack from each of the weapons, enough to put one AMS. If we have too many people launching missiles at us, you might consider tossing in an AMS. Might. Let's see how our next battle goes. Hopefully we'll get a map where we may be able to use a little bit more of the missiles. And then we could kind of sneak in and hit them and then back off. See if we can try and find that middle ground I was telling you guys about. Let's see if we can get this plan to work. Now, all of this looks great on paper, but once you go out there, all hell breaks loose and any plans you had go out the window. Because nobody plays exactly the same. Everybody plays differently. So it makes it harder to play this game. But that's one reason why I like this game, because it's never the same. This game is completely different than everything else. I wonder if they ever found anybody for that game. Next round, let's go back in the faction play and let's see if they ever found anybody. If they found enough people, we'll jump in and we'll wait. Every 2 or 3 games, I jump in the faction play and keep my eyes open, just in case they need help. Nobody ever goes in chat and mentions that they need help. Why, I don't know, but they never do. So, they should. They don't. If this was flashing right now, I would duck out and help. Man, this is taking an awful long time. Maybe they need to put us on a different server because I think the server is not doing too good. What are we on? North American server, I think? I think they have a North American and a European server and an Asian server. I think the North American server is really dead. The Asian server they call Oceanic. That's the Asian server. And European server, I don't know what they call the European server. Maybe I think it's called European. I guess maybe it's Europe or European or something like that, I guess. Now this is the new map. Luthien. This map was introduced about February of last year. So this is a fairly new map. That map is very good for assault missions. Very good for assault missions. Luthien sucks for skirmish. It really does suck for using skirmish. If you ever see Luthien, that with assault, much better gameplay. This map is an absolute classic. I love this map because this map reduces temperatures, overheating temperatures by a lot. Why? Because you're in a snow environment. So naturally the temperature of your mech is going to be a lot less. The environment you're in automatically takes into consideration how hot your mech is going to get. So if you're right next to lava, your mech is going to get hotter every time you overdo your weapons. It's going to gain
Reactor
more heat.
online.
See, now we're in the European servers.
Weapons online.
The North American servers probably have nobody in them.
Nominal.
The European servers probably do. It took us longer because we were forced to switch to the European servers. See, this game automatically has an auto switching as far as servers goes. This game this game does not have bots. You would think some games would introduce bots, but this game never had bots since the very beginning. At this point in the game, in its lifetime, honestly, I think it probably should, but it never did.
Target acquired.
Okay. Come on, give us a target.
Firing right side. About Bravo 4.
Come on, give me a steady target.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. New target acquired.
3 assaults coming out of the canyon, Bravo 4.
That was it. That was it. That didn't hit. We're gonna move. Shit.
Incoming missile.
This is why we need AMS, guys.
Warning, incoming missile.
We're going to have an AMS on this mech. We're going to have to sacrifice ammo for AMS.
Thanks.
New target acquired.
Okay, now we know somebody's coming
Pushing
from
out
this
that
side.
Rhino's cord everywhere.
Target spotted.
Keeping suppressed right now. Missiles.
All he's got to do is spot them, and I can fire missiles. He's being fired at. I gotta back him up. Shit.
New target acquired.
Come on, spot him! Why can't you spot him? I don't understand why you can't spot him.
Warning, incoming missile. New target.
See, I can spot
acquired.
him. I don't understand why they can't spot him.
There's 2 shadow attacks in the hill and Charlie 3.
Moving in on him.
Bravo 3 as well.
I am screwed. Majorly screwed. Hopefully they can't lock on me. Hopefully they can't keep a lock on me.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Come on, lock. Lock. Damn it. We're going to need a targeting computer on this thing.
New target acquired.
We're going to have to take ammo off to put a targeting computer on. Well, we're not dead yet, which means we did something right. The fact that we took all that damage and we're not dead yet, we did something right. Come on. Give us a lock. Come on, give us a lock. Come on, give us a lock already.
Pushing on him. Nothing but LRMs.
It's a Bane. There we go. We're doing good, guys.
Target destroyed.
That's a ball game.
Nicely done.
Getting that's the match.
Okay, good. That was a good game. Good match, guys. So, 5 kill assists. We did damage. We took more damage than we dealt. This tells us one thing. We have to try and get this mech to do less assault and more staying back, which means we need to turn this into more of a missile carrier. So in order to do that, we need the lock-ons to be lightning fast, which means we need to take it back to the mech bay, and we need to add in some targeting computers, and we need to add in some computers also. In order to do that, we need to seriously look at what we have in there and see if we actually need it. Which means these. Do we need all of this? Because this right now has number one priority. So the amount of ammo we have right now is fine. We just need a targeting computer in here. Let me show you guys what we need. We need targeting computer, at the very least, Mark 1. At least Mark 1. We need 2 tons free. If we can get 2 tons free, we should be okay. So let's add in, take 1 out of here. Take 1 ton out of here. And put the targeting computer. Now, the lock-on should be a lot quicker. Instead of waiting for the thing to lock on, it should lock on a lot quicker. Just to make sure, we're going to check the targeting computer, so let's see what it says. Increases AC into LBX, PPC, projectile weapons, speeds, lasers, PPC projectiles, laser circumference, increases sensor range, zoom, and speeds up targeting. That's what we need. So this will speed up our targeting, and it increases the LBX and AC interceptor and LBX and AC intercepting speed. So in a way, by removing 1 rack from each of them, we're adding this. We're already making our survival rate higher than it was before. So this already is in our favor. This is looking very, very good at this point. I have very high hopes for this targeting computer, so hopefully this should help. Based off the match we just had, it's my personal opinion, although we did need a AMS. Although we did need an AMS, a targeting computer would be better at this point. But we could do that. Should we risk? Let's take the risk and see what happens. Let's see what happens if we remove the heatsink. Okay? Now, the laser AMS 1.5. Okay, now we could remove 1 rack put in a laser AMS. Put the targeting computer here. Put the laser AMS. Now, by putting the targeting computer over there, this is case protected. So we don't have to worry, we don't really have to worry about the targeting computer getting damaged too easily. So, but if the whole right side gets damaged completely, I mean destroyed completely, we're risking losing that edge we have right here. So there's where the this is going to come in handy. Now, the fact of the matter is, this is not generating much heat. Having this going at the same time while we're firing, if this is going non-stop, we're not going to use this. If this is going non-stop, just to allow ourselves some wiggle room as far as the heat generation goes. We don't want to overdo it. We do not want to get to a point where the mech is starting to overheat. I am very, very adamant about making sure that the mechs do not overheat. Okay, we paid for the changes. Changes are official. Now we're going to go into the skills and see if we have any wiggle room for skills. Add SP. Let's see if we can purchase any skills. Man, I really earned a lot of general skill points. I didn't realize I had this many. I thought I was gonna have to purchase stuff, but I guess not. That's a lot. We might be able to finish the mech completely with that. That's crazy. I didn't realize we had that much. All right, now, number one priority, survival. That's a one priority right there. Skeletal density. Skeletal density, let's read. Increase the mech structure. Now, the structure is what holds the mech together. That what structural integrity will hold the arms on and not let them fall off. Which means it will harden, it will make the structure stronger. So we do want that to go up. Armor hardening increases the mech's armor. It makes the armor that's currently on this mech more efficient. So considering we have ferrofibrous armor, we definitely need armor hardening because ferrofibrous armor is lighter, which means that we need armor hardening to make sure that lighter armor is going to be more durable. So make sure armor hardening is at max with ferrofibrous. When you have ferrofibrous armor, make sure your armor hardening is at max. Always make sure your armor hardening is at max. Force casing says reduces the chance of critical hits. If someone's firing at you, if you have a full reinforced casing, the chance of somebody gaining a critical hit on you is minimal. Critical hits are not being able to move, them blowing your arm off in one shot, the chance of something severe happening in one shot goes down significantly. Now, we need to concentrate on the mech structure and the mech's armor first. Now that that's done, the next thing we need to work on is this. We want this at half. For now, we're leaving that at half for now. Overheat damage. This mech, we designed this mech so that we've already tested it. The chance of it overheating is very minimal. Because of that reason, we're only going to use one. That's it. Now, AMS overload increases the damage of AMS weapons. Because we're using the laser AMS, you want to make sure you have this maxed out. Because the laser AMS, when it fires once, it will destroy whatever it hits. If you max this out. Okay, guys? Laser AMS doesn't work as well. The next thing you're going to work on, the fact of the matter is we have lasers, LRMs, in the back. Now, with LRMs, you need to make sure that you have these LRM skills at least considered. Now, Missile Rack provides extra missiles per ton on missile weapons. So now, if we were to by accident remove. Now, we're going to add that. We did remove 2 racks of AC ammo. We're now going to get that ammo back. Want to know how? Provides extra ammo per ton equipped. Get off my screen. Thank you. Provides extra ammo per ton for approved ballistic weapons. We have AC5. So we have extra ammo per ton for equipped ballistic weapons. Which means that we have 4 plus 4 ammo per extra ton of ammo we added. That's plus 4. Now it's 8 extra missiles per ton. When we get out of here, we're going to add up how much extra missiles we have and how much extra AC ammo we have. So this LRM is plus 36. AC is plus 4. So we'll have to see. Now, we do not have an LBX. So this is not needed. UAC RAC jam duration. Sometimes your AC weapons, if you fire them too fast. If you notice, when I fire my AC weapons, I'll fire them and take a break. Then I'll fire them again. I won't hold the button down and fire them constantly. Because of that, the loaders the loading cartridges will not jam. Sometimes if you hold the button down and constant fire, the loaders will jam. If you do that often, this slows the jam rate down and prevents them from jamming. That's what this does. Now, this is only good for a Gauss. This is only good for a Gauss rifle. This is only good for an LBX AC. Okay, if you have an LBX AC equipped, you're going to need this. You're going to need both of these checked off. We only have an AC5, which means that we only need this is good for rotary ACs. Our AC is rotary AC. I don't think we really need these, but it won't hurt to add one. Even though I think this is only for rotary ACs, it won't hurt to add one. Why? Because there's no caution symbol right there. Because there's no caution symbol right there, that means it won't do anything. Having a caution symbol right there means that if you check this, it won't do anything. This is going to do something. Not a lot, but because it doesn't have the right weapons per se, but it will do something. So, something's better than nothing. Now, reduces missile spread. When you fire missiles out, especially if you have LRM-15s or LRM-20s, the missiles are going to spread out like this in a wide area. The reason why they do that is because they spread out and then they condense. This way it makes laser AMS, it makes the laser AMSs harder to destroy all of them. It only destroys some of them. So you might not want to do both. I have an LRM-15. Doing one might help. Both, not necessary. Now, if you fire a missile at an opponent, and that missile happens to critical hit, by having high explosive shells, it will increase the damage on that critical hit. So it pays to have both checked off. Big time. Moving on. We do have one laser. So we're going to come back to that because we do only have one laser. Now, this increases velocity of missile, ballistic, and PPC weaponry. This works for our AC weapons and our missiles, both. We want this full. Heat generation. Not an issue with that. Not an issue with this mech. Range. Ballistic and missile weaponry. Half. Not even. Maybe half. Now, torso speed. Torso twist. How fast do you want that torso to twist? Let's increase the speed by 1. it is an assault mech after all. Assault mechs are slower in general. Now the torso yaw increases the maximum amount a mech can twist the torso. So instead of torso twisting in 90 degrees, the more you tick of those, the farther it will go. So if you click all of these, you could twist the torso all the way around like a urban mech does. An urban mech can torso twist all the way around. The torso yaw is the same way. The torso yaw allows you to twist the torso without having to move the legs. So if you have space, you have room, it doesn't hurt. Torso pitch allows you to pitch the torso up farther. So if you want to look up straight 90 degrees, torso pitch is what you're going to want to do. Now, hard break. This is perfect if you're playing something like a flea. A flea or something like that. Something small and extremely fast. When you let off the gas, it's going to hit the brakes instantaneously if you max this out completely. In other words, instead of deceleration, it's going to just hit the brakes completely. Because there are no brakes, you're increasing this, you're adding brakes to your mech, and by increasing it, you're increasing the speed of your brakes, and how hard you can hit the brakes, and how fast it stops. Anchor turn increases the turning spread of the battle mech. In other words, let's say you have a building here, and you want to make a complete U-turn full speed around that building. It increases your turn speed, which means not your torso, the actual legs. So while you're running, you can turn at the same time faster by increasing the anchor turn. Anchor turn allows you to move and turn at the same time faster than you normally would. Because we have an assault mech, anchor turn completely useless. Don't bother. Don't waste your space on it. Don't waste the time. Increasing the pitch, don't waste it. Use it on something that might come in handy. Remember, do not add anything that has this symbol. This symbol means that you cannot use it. Don't bother with it. Your mech does not have the proper facilities to facilitate that item. Shock absorbance is good if you're jumping off a cliff and you're landing hard. If you land too hard, if you jump off a cliff, you could damage your legs. By hitting shock absorbers, your legs will not take any damage if you jump off a cliff. So, if you need to escape as quickly as you can, you jump off a cliff. You might want the shock absorbers because launching yourself off a cliff with no jump jets, you might damage your legs beyond fixing, and that's not good. Okay, quick ignition. Let's say you shut down your mech. Let's say you're the last person in the game right now. You shut down your mech because you don't want anybody to spot you. But you're afraid that somebody's going to find you. So you're going to decide to find a new parking spot. Quick ignition allows you to start the mech quicker. The startup sequence is very slow. It allows you to skip the startup sequence and just jump to starting up and running. Quick ignition allows you to start and go. No startup process. Cool run allows your mech to dissipate heat more evenly across the mech. In other words, it uses your heat sinks in your mech to make your heat sinks more efficient. The heat sinks you do have, and make sure that they're more efficient. Now for us, this might come in handy because we added the laser AMS. So it might come in handy if we were to add this. That would be helpful. Heat containment. Increase the maximum heat threshold before mech shuts down. Now, if you love to hit the override button, then heat containment is for you. Because heat containment allows you to push the mech harder. But with heat containment at fully max, and you have the override on, if you max it out completely, the mech will explode. I mean, we're talking not just, oops, I died. Your entire mech will explode in one big gigantic mushroom cloud. I've seen it happen once in my 15 years playing this game. I've only seen it done once. And that was not pretty. The entire mech exploded. I mean, it really did. It exploded. Who the hell knows that the pilot even survived that? I mean, highly recommend you do not ever do this. Do not ever use heat containment. Ever. This is a death sentence. Using the overrides is a death sentence. This solidifies your death sentence. Do not do this. Hill climb. Hill climb helps you climb hills faster. Whenever you climb a hill, your top speed gets lowered by half. So you run up a hill. Instead of running, you're walking up a hill. But if your hill climb is at max, you'll be at a slow jog. So it will not completely, if you max it out, it won't completely leave your speed at normal, but it will reduce your speed only a little bit. A little bit. So it'll reduce your speed enough so that you won't even realize it ever reduced itself. So, seismic sensors, targeting computers. This is good if you have a targeting computer. If you equipped a targeting computer, you want to max this out completely. Sensor range. If you have an Innisphere mech and you have the sensors, advanced sensors attached, you're gonna want that. Now, we do not have the advanced sensors. We have the targeting computer, which means we need all this. If we have a targeting computer attached, we need all this. Now, you have to be very careful because some of this might come in handy. ECM. Right there. You have to have a mech that has an ECM automatically attached to it. A King Crab does not have an ECM attached to it automatically, so we don't have to worry about that. Radar deprivation reduces the deprivation of the time and breaking the enemy's line of sight. All right. By having your radar deprivation at high, that allows you to disappear from the enemy's line of sight quicker. So, in reality, you don't need the sensor range, you need the radar deprivation. Only problem is, by only selecting radar deprivation, you're being forced to select what comes before it. If I only wanted radar deprivation and I didn't want this, unselect sensor range, this goes. So if you want the radar deprivation, you have to pay for the sensor range. That's unfortunate. Now the advanced zoom, you can only have the advanced zoom if you pay for it. Right there. Target decay. Increase the amount of time a mech is targetable when it leaves line of sight. So when a mech is targeted and it leaves your line of sight, by maxing this out, it increases the amount of time that it stays targeted. If you spotted it, it increases the amount of time it stays targeted. So if you're targeting a person, that comes in very handy. Now, target retention allows the lettering is so small I can barely read it. Allows something of target information when the enemy moves behind the I think it says 360 target retention range. I have a funny feeling that has to do with targeting 360 degrees. I have a funny feeling that's what that's for. Capture assist. Increases the rate of capture. So, rate of capture would come in very handy. Increasing the rate of capture would come in very handy. Now, all this, perfect. Let's see if we have enough points to pay for this. We need what, 71? Hopefully we have enough. We do. Okay, now we're all set. This mech is good. I do not have any consumables, so we don't have to worry about this. Except, what we're going to do is we're going to look very carefully. I don't think I use any of these consumables. No, I don't. I don't use any of those consumables. What do we got? What do we got? How about we max out the target retention? That might come in handy. Now, because we do not have ECM, this is there. This does not work at all because we do not have the advanced sensors equipped. If we had the advanced sensors on the mech, that would work. This does not work. That might work. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure if that would work. We can hope. So okay, speed retention, cool run. Okay, now, even though we really should be okay, we really could use this. Because we do have more room for improvement. We could increase this. Because even though our heat is really, really solid, you never know. We could use it. We could also use this, but we only have one laser. So, thermal cycling increases the rate at which ramped heat dissipates. So, if heat is being built up in the mech so hard, thermal cycling increases the rate at which the heat dissipates. So it makes the heat go down a little bit faster. So that does come in handy, especially the fact that we have those laser AMS. Laser AMS does generate heat. Now, laser duration we do not want because we have a pulse laser. Pulse lasers, we do not want a pulse laser to be a longer duration. Because if it does, it's not going to pulse. It's just going to be a steady laser, and that's it. We don't want the steady laser, we want the pulse laser. Now, we can increase the range. We do have space left over. So we're going to increase the range. That is going to help us with the missiles, and it's going to help us with the lasers as well. Remember, all of this is good for missiles and lasers and ballistic, all three. So, heat generation. Lasers always generate heat. Missiles only generate heat if you spam multiple launchers. We only have one launcher. But if we fire lasers and missiles at the same time with the laser AMS, we might have a heating problem. So we might want to use the remainder of our points for cooling and heat generation. So heat generation says reduces heat generated by all ballistic, energy, and missile weaponry. So ballistic weapons do generate heat, but not a lot. You almost never see it. But when you're overheating, you'll see it. Big time. Every time you fire a ballistic weapon, you'll see it go up. So it pays to keep the heat as low as possible. So we have points left over. Let's use it. Let's start using these points. We have points left over. Wait. Four. Okay, 90. Okay, now we're at max. Now we're at max. Okay, we're maxed out. This thing is fully maxed out. This thing should be exactly perfect. If we need to make adjustments, we will. Now I'm going to take it out. I want to take it out and I want to test it out and see if this thing really is okay or if I made a big mistake. Let's see if we have anything we can put in here first. Let's see if we have anything. I don't think we really have anything. I think I used most of it. I used to have all of this stuff. Unfortunately, I used almost all of it. I don't think I have any spares. That's the thing. No, I don't. Let's see. Hanging. Do I have anything hanging? Nope. Equipped on other mechs. You're only allowed to have one. So, candy cane, equipped on other mechs, equipped on other mechs. Equipped on other mechs. Tri-mounted. Equipped on other mechs. Solaris Warhorn. Okay, we're good. Can't believe we don't have any really cheap stuff. Do we have anything on sale? No, they don't. Yet. Okay. So, alright. So, we paid for it. Let's head out. This mech is fully done. Now I'm going to take it out and we'll see how my brain can handle a full all-out battle with the mech that is now set up perfectly. Of course, being the fact that it's now getting close to that time where I shouldn't be doing this, I'm going to do it anyway. Even though my brain's almost fried for the night, I'm gonna force myself to do it anyway. So, okay, so let's do this. We're gonna jump out another quick play. We're gonna test this thing out and see how it goes. We're gonna see how I handle this mech in my poor state that I'm in right now. After all the changes I made, all the positive changes that I made to this mech, let's see if I can handle it. If my brain can handle this. If it doesn't go well, we all know my brain is going to be unable to handle this. So we're going to have to do this another time. I'm going to have to do another video on this mech in another time. And it's going to have to be an earlier hour. So doing a video this late is not good with this game because it requires a lot of thought, and when my brain is as bad as mine is late at night, thought is not a good thing. So when we start, my talking will be non-existent because I need to concentrate because my brain can't multitask. Okay, we have medium range. So Solaris is out. Emerald Vale is good. Scrapyard's good. Grim Plexus is good. I would have to say they're all good. As long as we don't get this, we should be fine. Let's get Assault. Yes. Yes, that's fine. I'll take it. We're good. We can go medium range or long range with this mech. We're capable of medium or long range, and we're an assault mech. So if we have to get in people's faces, we could and we will. If we don't have to, we can stay back and we can lob shots. So this mech is no longer a mech that goes up and kills people. This mech can go either way. This mech can go medium range or long range. We have this mech set up in the points wise to go either medium range or long range. Not in people's faces. Get out of their faces. It's either medium range or long range. No, if they get in your face, you're dead. You're as good as dead. Keep your distance. Make sure you keep your distance with this mech. It's extremely important. Let's ready up. All right. I love the names. In this game, the names are my favorite. Everybody comes up with the most odd names, like the corrupt central bank, the rising cost of living. I absolutely love these names. People come up with the oddest names, and I absolutely love it. Like that. That's hilarious. I love it.
Reactor online.
So many people in this game come up with the best names I can only imagine.
All systems human.
I've seen the dumbest names imaginable that made me laugh so hard that I end up being AFK after the game. And that's not good. Okay, so we have our lasers, our ballistics, and our missiles are on the third button. So let's go around this big hill here. We'll stick with him. We'll stick with the Hellbringer for now. Yes, I still use the arrow. So kill me. I still use the arrow. After 15 years playing this game, I still use the goddamn arrow. The reason why I still use the arrow is because of my brain. I cannot risk not knowing where I'm facing, which way I'm facing. I need to be able to just not think when I play this game. I have to make this game has to be, when you play this game has to be instinct only. If you have to think when you play this game, then you are not experienced enough to play this game. This game should be pure instinct. The reason why players kill me every 5 seconds is because I don't play on instinct anymore. I overthink things way too much. When you think about things like as much as I do, you end up losing, like me.
Target spotted.
Try not to overthink things. So now, someone spotted someone.
Need assistance. Need assistance.
Shit.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Alright, let's hit the wrong key. That's why I like using joysticks instead of keyboards.
New target acquired.
Need
New
assistance.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Targeting computer definitely comes in handy, guys. Targeting computer comes in handy. See that?
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
I got a piranha running around back here. Don't chase.
See now,
don't
there's
chase-
guys up there, and I'm not getting in their firing range. I'm not getting in their firing range
Fight smart.
Affirmative.
because I can't spot them. I can't target them. You can't target an enemy unless someone targets them.
Target spotted.
And my sensor range is not long enough to target.
Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Oh, somebody's targeting the fucking base. That better be the person hitting the base. That better be the person hitting the base. Because if it's not, I'm gonna get pissed off.
Target destroyed.
All they gotta do is spot
Good
them,
job on Foxtrot.
and I can missile them to death.
Target acquired.
Oh, we got company.
Target spotted.
Focus Kilo out of position. Stone run.
Target spotted.
Come on, lock,
New target acquired.
lock.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
Who's gonna need? Who needs help? Come on.
New target acquired.
There you go.
New target acquired.
Kilo out of position. Stone Rhino.
I think we're out of range. I think these are at least
New
1,000.
target acquired.
Oh, we're in range. We're in range. This is gonna do damage if it hits. Yep, it hit. We're well within range. We gotta stay in range. We gotta get closer. Nope. Out of range.
New target acquired.
Oh, he's toast. He's within my range.
New target acquired.
Fighter? Wow, he's gonna be hard to
New
hit.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
He only has 50%. If we can kill him, we can get all the guys back to base and kill that guy back to base. So let's focus on this guy
Need assistance.
first. I know, I'm coming. Hang in there. Hang in there, bud. I'm coming.
Base is being captured.
Shit. No.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Base is being
Run,
captured.
run,
Target acquired.
run.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Run.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
A king crab. A king crab is now considered an LRM boat. How cool is this, huh? Who would have ever thought? I can either go on offense or I can go on defense. I can go either way.
Target destroyed.
This mech can now go either long range assist or it can go right in their faces. It's insane. Either one. Think of it this way. You really have to think of it this way. Do you want the glory by getting all the kills to yourself? Or do you want the team to win? Do you want the team to win? Help them win. Attack people that are either too powerful and someone needs assistance. Help them by targeting the enemy. Help the people who need help. And missiles are the easiest way to do that without having to go there. If you can't get there in time and you're too heavy, use your missiles. We have an assault mech. The mech is not quick enough. So we did the best we could. Now, because we didn't move, we stayed in one place. We were able to move according to the range of the missiles. The range of the missiles was at least, I believe LRMs are maybe 1,000 is max range. But I've tried in the past. And I've gotten hits with 1,500. Sometimes 1,800. So you have to really fire. If the crosshairs turn red, then you hit. Now, if you're fire one shot at 1,800 meters. If it does not turn red, move up to 1,000. Instantly move up to 1,000. If you move up to 1,000 and it turns red, hold the button down and do not let go until the lock is broken. Which is the reason why I don't use one rack. I use multiple. For example, an example of using multiple mechs, I'm going to show you guys as an example. Let me show you guys an example, a perfect example of using multiple. Just saying using multiple is not going to mean jack shit. Actually showing you guys what multiple means is easier. So here we go. Okay. Everyone take a really good look at this mech. See this mech right here? This is what's called a missile boat. This thing has only one job: to support the team from a distance. Support the team within 1,000 meters. This mech is designed to provide support, artillery support, from at least 1,000 meters away. And it can do that on multiple fronts. let me show you guys how I pulled this off. Now, most people have one LRM-20 launcher. I have two LRM-15s. Now, by having two LRM-15s, it allows me to go fire, turn, lock, fire, turn, lock, fire. Then turn the torso, lock, fire. It allows me to focus on launching missiles at two targets and still have enough ammo to reload the second one. So fire this one, then reload. Turn, fire, lock, fire, then turn back to the other one, lock, fire, reload. Turns the other target, lock, fire. See what I'm talking about? A missile boat can target up to two mechs and fire missile volleys at two different mechs because you have two missiles attached with all ammo here. You have nothing else. All you have is missiles. The only other thing I do have is rocket launchers. I have 15 rockets. My rockets are my backup plan. Here's how I set up a missile boat. Now, a missile boat has 0 main weapons, which means that your main weapons are your missiles. Okay, guys? So now, my first button, my left mouse button, is my LRM-15. My right mouse button is my other LRM-15. If you want to launch them both at the same time, then you have to push left and right mouse button at the same time in order to launch them both at the same time. Now, if somebody gets in my face and I can't fire a missile, I can use the rocket launcher, which is the third button, which is my thumb button. So, in a way, there is hope. There is hope if somebody gets in my face, because I could just rocket launch. I could use a rocket launcher. So it's really not that big of a deal. So you really have to understand, you really have to look at this mech from a different point of view. Us veterans call this a missile boat. Missile boats have no guns. All they have is missiles, which means the team has to depend on me 100% to back them up from a distance. And I cannot get within shooting firing range of anyone, because if I do, I'm dead. I can't defend myself. I do not have weapons to defend myself in close range. So I have to depend on getting back and staying back and depending on everybody else to spot for me. That's what this thing's job is. We usually don't take these out on quick plays. We take these out on faction play missions. We're doing faction play missions. We're on defense. For example, Free Russell Hogg is inner sphere, and I'm in the inner sphere, which means that this is attacker and this is defense. And if this launched right now, I would have the perfect opportunity to use that mech, because that would be defense, which is what that mech specializes in, defending the base. I would stand behind the walls and launch missiles over the walls. And all we have to do is get a lock on them, and that's it. And it can launch volleys and volleys right over those walls, and that's it. They're done for. All I need is one lock. That's it. One lock. And I can unleash hell on every goddamn one of them. And all I have to do is hold the buttons down, and that's it. And there's not a damn thing they could do about it. And all they need to do is keep the lock-ons. Keep the locks. If they do not keep the locks, then nothing's going to happen. But let's see how it does a great job in faction play. Let's see how it does in quick play. Now, taking a boat in quick play is suicide if I get the wrong level. Now, this is where selecting levels comes in handy. You know for a fact that your mech is not good with close range combat. So therefore, you are going to select a level that is gigantic. Really large level. Because you are going to need all the space you can get to keep from getting smacked in the face. Because you have no short range weapons at all. Period. Nothing. Not one. I could reduce some of the stuff and put in SRMs. I could do that. This will give me something. Instead, I chose to put in rocket launchers because I make it a point not to get myself in a position where I could get attacked. With mechs like this, you can't afford to get yourself within firing range of anyone with the mech like this. You have to keep your distance and keep your finger on the trigger at all times. Just look, lock, fire. Look, lock, fire. You're standing in one place. You're constantly moving. Look, lock, fire. Look, lock, fire. Look, lock, fire. Everybody, every time you see a lock, look, lock, fire. Every single time you see somebody pop up on the radar, look, lock, fire. Missile boat's job is 3 things. Look, lock, fire. That's it. So you want big maps like this and that. You want to stay away from maps like this. Meh, that might come in handy. That might not. You want to... That's okay. If people are in the basement, that makes your life harder. The basement you do not want to go if you're a missile boat. If you're a missile boat, you want to stay up top. You want to find cover in a decent spot where you can see air. If you can find a cover spot that has air, then you're good. You found a good spot. Then tell everybody that you need spotter. Tell them just let them know that you have no close range combat. Let them know that you're a boat and let them know that you need a spotter. They're either going to panic and go, for real? Oh my God, what the fuck? Or go, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. I'm a light. I can do that. If all he needs is a spot, I'll handle it. We obviously have lights on our team. So obviously the lights are going to do that. You have to let them know that you have no close range fire and you only have boats. You're only meant to be a boat. If you're only meant to be a boat, you're not going to go in the basement, which means you need a spotter. Okay, now a boat can go above.
If you're long range, stay back.
Affirmative.
What I'm going to do is, this is a very, very large board. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay at the very tippy top of this ramp. So if there's a problem,
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Alpha on the wall. Miss Lowe's, get him.
watch this. So now, see, I'm 1,600 meters away. I'm not close enough.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
spotted.
acquired.
All too far away. I'm gonna have to get down. They're too far away.
Target spotted.
I can't get a lock. I'm gonna have to go down and move forward down instead of going up. I should have did this from the very beginning, but that's fine.
UAV directly above me.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. New target acquired.
Oh, we're good. We're in range. Oh,
Target spotted.
lost the lock. Come on, guys.
New target acquired.
Hold these locks. Hold the
Target
locks, damn it.
acquired.
Affirmative.
New target acquired.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Alright, can we get everybody assault lights, all heavy metal, grouped up at Delta 4?
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Me.
Target spotted.
Timberwolf, Marauder, we're gonna go into Delta 5, try to see what we can do from the ramp.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Choker, over here, Delta 5.
Target spotted.
Alright, watch your backs as soon as we come out of here.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
We got Golf Stone Crusher up top.
New target acquired.
Yeah, keep following.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
Warning,
We've lost half our
incoming
force.
missile.
We can't lose any more soldiers.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Right torso critical damage. Right
We've taken critical losses. We
Oh.
need you to pull through.
For real. God. Damn it. That's what I didn't want to happen. How did I get destroyed if they didn't destroy my core? All they did was blow an arm off. That's it. Damaged by mag shot. Damaged by ER large laser. Damaged by medium
Come
range
in.
missile.
Control the surface.
My
And
torso
anyone
destroyed.
leave.
So they only killed the right torso and the left arm. And the right arm. That's it. And I got blown up. How's that possible? How did I kill my own teammate? If the missiles are locked onto a certain person, unless he stood in the way. He probably got in the way of my missiles. So that's not my fault. AMS missiles destroyed. See what I mean, guys? Having an AMS on your mech did come in handy. Here's proof right there. That laser AMS we put on, it went off. I didn't realize it went off, but it did go off. So that was very, very handy. But unfortunately, laser AMS will only attack a few missiles, not 30 or 20. Someone puts an LRM 20 or a medium range missile 20, half of them are going to hit you. So that 20 is turning it down to a 10. So there's not really all that much that can be done. So now you can see the good parts and the bad parts of having long range only. Now, what happens if you were to do well-rounded, so to speak, right? Okay. Let's do that. Let's say we want to use something more well-rounded. What would we use? Now, according to the stuff I have available, what you can use, there's a lot you can use that's more well-rounded. Let's see. I have a lot of shit. I have an awesome. Now, this mech in particular, this is an assault mech. This can do long-range missile boats. This can also do short-range lasers. This has dual LRM-10 with Artemis and dual ER large lasers with a targeting computer built in with the laser AMS. So this is kind of like the King Crab, except this is better than the King Crab. The King Crab has one laser. This one has two. This one has two lasers This one's perfect for short range battles and even better for long range. So this can go either way. So this is the perfect mech to bring in an assault and a defense both. This can play either one, either side. And it all depends on what you choose the mech to be. I set mechs up for both for one reason, because depending on what map you have, whether you have a small map or a large map, you might want to hang back and shoot people from a distance, because there's enough people charging up like blind idiots. So you want to make sure that those people that charge up like blind idiots don't die. So if you got them covered from long range, they're not going to die. You got them covered. The point is that you want to make sure your teammates don't die. You're either being or if there's not enough people going up and charging ahead, you need to help them with the charge by using your large lasers. So this is the perfect mech if you don't know what's going on. If you don't know if you have to defend or if you have to go on offense or both. It's always good to have one mech that does both jobs. Because you may never use one and you may never use the other, but you may be called upon to use either or. That's the way I like to play this game. I like to have mechs that can do both. It comes in very handy. It comes in extremely handy. Now, with this particular mech, I chose an endo-steel structure, a double heatsink with the standard armor. The reason why is because this is also an assault mech. But this one, the armor is pretty heavy. So the King Crab, I knew for a fact the King Crab was going to run very heavy. Because the King Crab is in itself, the King Crab is a bigger mech. Even though they're both assault mechs, and they're both 100, they're both assault mechs, the King Crab has more frame to it. The King Crab is bigger, it's wider. Therefore, it's heavier. So it's going to be heavier, which means it's going to need a larger engine to get off the ground. So the engine I have on it is pretty damn big. So plus I decided to go with the well-rounded route. So I needed 2 ER large lasers. But also because I didn't use a fast engine, I used a small engine. I only got 1 double heatsink in there, not 2. So I needed more double heatsinks out here. So instead of having 1, 2, 3, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 2 extra double heatsinks. The reason why is because instead of having instead of having a large pulse laser, 1 large pulse laser, I have 2 ER large lasers. Now, large lasers fire a single beam for long periods of time, and it keeps that beam on that target and does continuous damage. An ER large laser is an extended range laser. It's a laser that has a longer range to it. So instead of having 1,000 meter range, it has a 1,400 meter range, plus 294 added to the 1,400 on top of it because of all the rest of the stuff I have added to this mech. I think because of the targeting computer. I think the targeting computer is going to extend the beam range. Yes, see? Beam range boost by 5%. Because the beam range boost is up by 5%, your large lasers range is now 294 meters longer range than it normally is. My Mark I targeting computer increased the range of my large laser by 294 meters. Unbelievable what a targeting computer does to a laser. So if you want to snipe, if you want to be a sniper, get a Mark IV targeting computer with dual ER large lasers, heat sinks, and that's it. Sit at the back of the map, snipe people from a distance, and not one of them is even going to know you're there. It's insane. Think very carefully. How can you spot them from long distances? Okay, let's work on that. How can you spot them from long distances? First off, what you can do is put in a higher rank targeting computer like a Mark V. By doing that, read it says zoom level is boosted. Advanced zoom level is boosted. Sensor range is boosted. Okay, guys? Beam range is boosted. Projectile speed, which is ballistic weaponry, that is boosted. Critical chance is up. That's what a targeting computer actually does. So, no matter what weapon you have in your arsenal, having a targeting computer in your mech will always help you. Always. So if you have spare tonnage, immediately put in a targeting computer to push the weight down. Because don't put in extra ammo. Make sure you put in a targeting computer. Targeting computers always come in handy. Beagle active probes. They come in very handy if a mech is powered down. If a mech is powered down, you can detect a powered down mech at whatever range it allows you, whatever range your sensor range is. For example, your sensor range is higher because of your targeting computer. For example, if your main goal is to detect mechs that are powered down, you're going to put in the highest level targeting computer and a Beagle active probe and a sensor array. Put in those three items and you will detect powered down mech on the other side of the map. Hands down. That is the number one thing that you can do that would help you tremendously. So this game is all about not what you take, not how you play it, what combinations you add. Because the advanced sensor package comes in very handy. Because the advanced sensor package does everything the targeting computer does, except it increases. The advanced sensor package increases the targeting computer's abilities. So if you put in the targeting computer and the advanced sensor package, it increases the ability significantly. So your zoom level boost goes up. Your zoom level 1 and 2 boost level goes up. Your sensor range goes up. And your targeting time goes down. That's insane. So if you have a targeting computer, adding a sensor package comes in handy. Remember, a targeting computer does all that stuff. A sensor package increases the targeting computer's abilities and assists. The Beagle Active Probe adds detecting powered down mechs on top of it. So if you want the full sensor package, the sensor package, the Beagle Active Probe, and the Mark 7 targeting computer. Those 3 items will enable you to detect anybody, whether they're powered down or they're anybody else. So if you want a scouting mech, let's work on making a scouting mech. Scouting mechs have to be lights. There's the catch. Having a light mech means less weight, but more speed depending on what mech you choose. Now, let's see if we can work on let's use this one. Let's pull this one up. Okay, now we are going to strip this one of everything it's got. We're going to take everything off of it. We are going to put what has to be on it first. Only necessities. Endo steel. Ferrofibrous. Double heat 6. Now, what you want is I don't think we have enough money to cover this. No, we don't. We don't have enough money. All right, we're going to put it on here anyway. We're not going to pay for it. We're going to put it on here. So, let's say we put... We're going to need cases, obviously. Because what we're going to do to this thing is going to have to be protected. So... Okay, we cannot save this mech because the change we're going to make, I don't have enough money for it. Say, I don't have enough money. So I'm going to show you guys how I would build a scouting mech. This mech is only made for scouting. First off, targeting computer. Second off, sensor package. Oh, see now why isn't this working? I need heat sinks. See now, see this? We need to get rid of something. Okay, now we might be able to sneak in heat sinks we need. Try to put an engine that has... Let's try to fit in an engine that has slots. So, let's see. See what engines I do have. I have this one. So let's see. This one has nothing. All right. I don't think we have. $130. Standard 130. Now lights are hard because it's hard to skirt all that stuff in a light mech. So you really got to play with it. So now we don't have the tonnage to put in a heavy engine. So what we do need is something small. Maybe we can get away with something like this or this. See, I wanted having heatsink in the engine, but I can't. So now, because we can't put heat sinks in the engine, we're going to have to put heat sinks in the mech itself. Which means... Now granted, we haven't even gotten any weapons out yet. We still can't defend ourselves. Now we can put weapons out. Now, what I'd like to know is what is so hot? It could be this thing. It could be that thing. That's what I'm thinking. Yep. I think I'm right. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to put in a Mark II. Put in a Beagle active probe. Item limit reached. All right. That means we're going to put in the advanced sensor package instead of the targeting computer. See, why can't it go? Oh, it's got to go on the head. The advanced sensor package. All right, so sensor package is in. Beagle active probe is in. Targeting computer cannot go in because item limit reached, which means we can only either put in targeting computer or the advanced sensor package. Now, the targeting computer boosts the targeting of weapons. It also boosts the sensor range. Advanced sensor package boosts the sensor range. So now all we need is a longer sensor range and the ability to detect shut down targets. Now all the rest, we basically only want weapons, and that's it. So we're going to put 1, 2. That's it. That's it. 2. 2 lasers and the advanced sensor package. Our heat is okay. Now we have a missile slot. Do we want missiles in here? If we do, we want short range missiles. If we do. So let's look and see what we got. We have SRMs. We have streaks. We could use streaks. It is possible we could use streaks. We use the light ones. Now we can only put 1 in. So if you can only put 1 in, then you may as well use Alright, now we're going to use the streak. These are short-range missiles. Only short-range missiles. These do not require a lock-on, which means we do not need a targeting computer for these. These are just point and shoot. And as long as you point it at an enemy, super short streaks, the way they work is you look at the enemy standing right in front of you, push the button, enemy sees the target, it flings missiles at the target and will follow that target if it moves. For example, if somebody fires a laser at you, then runs, you look at them, fire the short streak. That short streak missile now is a homing missile. It will follow them until it attacks them. It doesn't have a specific range, but if they run away, it will follow them. That's what short streak does. Short streak missiles, SRMs will just go straight or just slightly turn. Short streaks will follow the target if they're running away. So if you happen to look at the target and the target's running, if you're looking right at the target and you're following along and they're not looking at you, but they're running from left to right, those super short streak missiles will follow the target and shoot them from behind, hitting the rear armor, and therefore they have no idea they got hit, and those short streak missiles might kill them, and you don't know. So short streaks can come in handy if you're able to sneak up on somebody, and that's only if you're able to sneak up on somebody. Now we're putting 4 racks. A short streak. We're gonna put. Oh, we're at max. Okay. We have 3 racks of short streak missiles. Okay. That should give us 240, 360 shots for this short streak launcher. Now, every time you push the button, it will fire 2 short streak missiles. Let that sink in for a minute. Now we have dual X pulse lasers. The X pulse lasers have a maximum range of 540. With the advanced sensor package, that increases the range by an additional 54. The range that's optimal for these weapons is 270. So these are close range weapons. If you go any farther than close range, they can hit, but they won't do full damage. Lasers get weaker the farther you go. Know that. See? Look at the chart. 375 meters away, the laser damage starts significantly going down completely. I mean, at you say 150 meters, it's good till about 150 meters. After that, it starts going down. By 375 meters, it's down to a squirt. That's it. So, medium pulse lasers are basically short range weapons. So, basically, your commando is short range scout. This commando is now a short range scout mech. It's also a short range assault mech because it has 2 X pulse lasers, all these heat sinks, and a short range missile launcher with over 300 ammo. It can scout and it can attack. If you can get enough money, if you can get 3 million, you can have the perfect commando right now. Because this commando is going to set you back 3,622,000. If you have 3,622,000 to spare, it's worth it. It truly is. It's worth the investment. It really is. If you can come up with 3,622,000, you will have a commando 1B that can do all of this. Now your heat index is insanely low. The fact that you have 3, 6, 9, 12, 18. You have 18 single heat sinks in your mech right now. 18. With only 2 lasers out in the mech. You have 18 heat sinks. But you have 2 electronics packages, which is going to generate heat. Advanced Sensor Package and the Beat Collector Pro both are going to generate a little bit of heat. Not a lot, a little bit. Now, as far as heat goes, you're talking heat missiles. I don't believe missiles generate heat. But Thunderbolts, I think Thunderbolts do generate heat. I think Thunderbolts are one of the few missiles that actually does generate heat. I think the Thunderbolts generate heat because Thunderbolts are a combination of energy weapons and the missile weapon. I think a Thunderbolt is like an energy bomb in a way. So every time you fire a thunderbolt, your generator is going to take a hit. Every time you fire a thunderbolt. So if you have a dual thunderbolt launcher, your generator is going to take a huge hit. I think firing a thunderbolt chews up energy because the generator has to charge up the thunderbolt. In a way, the thunderbolt is not a missile. It's not a physical missile. It's a missile and charged up with energy. And as soon as that missile hits, it immediately penetrates the target and hits. It penetrates the target and electrifies it, which in effect does more damage than a standard missile. So a thunderbolt missile is better than a standard missile. That's the reason why the damage potential of a thunderbolt is a lot better than the damage potential of a standard missile. Commandos are small. They're meant to be small. That's what their job is. They're meant to be small. They're meant to be fast. Fleas are meant to also be small and fast. When you have a flea, the thing with the flea is fleas are perfect for only, if you want to have a flea as a scout, this is the perfect mech to only scout with, and that's it. If you want to scout, use a mech for scouting, this is the mech to use. Because this mech is small, it's wicked fast, and it's able to hold its own. Not as far as attacking people goes, but it can hold its own. Make sure you have one pulse laser on a flea. Make sure you put a pulse laser on a torso. Make sure you have a laser AMS. One pulse laser, one laser AMS, heat sinks. Make sure you put whatever electronics you have available to you. Make sure you put that on there. Make sure you have your heat sinks in your legs. And make sure you have the largest engine that will physically fit on this mech, and you're good to go. That's it. That's all you need to put on it. Don't go overboard with a flea. Flea is extremely tiny. I only have the clan version of the flea. I don't have the clan version of the flea. Comes from the Wolf Dragoon squad. The Wolf Dragoon squad, that's a video from previous times. I did a video on the Wolf Dragoons a long time ago. If you want to, I can, at the end of this video, I can drop a playlist of Mechwarrior Online. I think it'll be like somewhere over here, I think. There'll be any random video here. My subscribe is going to be here. And right there, I'm going to have Mechwarrior Online. You can view all of my videos from Mechwarrior Online. It's going to pop up right there at the end of this video. I covered a lot of mech packs. I also covered Solaris 7 mech pack. I also covered Solaris 7 gameplay as well. I also did a beginner's guide for anybody that was interested. I also did a couple of faction play battles to see what it was like. And I did a assload of quick play. I mean, we're talking an assload of constant quick play battles. I mean, massive amounts of quick play battles. So, I did a lot. Most of the quick play battles I played in Urby because I love Urbans. Urbans are my favorite. I don't know why. They're dumb, they're stupid, but I love them. They're great. My favorite one is either this one or this one. This one I like because this one I use as a missile boat. Yes, I have LRM launchers on an urban mech. Yes, I'm a psychopathic maniac, but at least it's funny. I'm going to take this one out. I'm going to show you guys what an urban mech with a missile launcher can do. Not a lot, but it's funny. You're going to get a good laugh over this because this is really funny. I enjoy playing urban mechs because they're retarded beyond belief. They can't move worth the shit. They have no armor. So, I mean, they move like they have the speed of a heavy mech. And they have no armor. So, there's really not much you can do but just slowly crawl to your target. By the time you get there, you're dead. But it's fun making different types of mechs with them and trying to see how they work, how they do. Like, make a short-range missile mech with one. Make a long-range missile with another. Make a medium-range missile with another. Make one with only ballistic weapons. You could make one with only lasers. I have one with only lasers. I have one with seven pulse lasers. I'm dead serious. I have one with 7 pulse lasers. I have one urban mech with 7 small pulse lasers. That is the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. But it works. I'm dead serious. It fucking works. It really does. Maybe I'll show that to you next. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, but it really is funny. What's funny is the one I have right now. That is funny. The fact that you can use... The fact that you're able to use an urban mech as a missile boat is impressive. The fact that it's actually decent is even more impressive. It's an R68, which is pretty average. I mean, you could basically buy this in the store right now, the R68. It's a pretty common mech. So this is not a special variant at all. You could buy this in the store for normal C-bills. So R68 is not a special build. Under any circumstances, is it not a special build? So you should be okay. I'm not going to announce it because I don't want to get laughed at by the whole chat. So if I announce it, what I've got right now, they're all going to be like laughing their ass off and making fun of me because this really is the funniest thing you've ever seen. It really is.
Reactor
Without a
online.
doubt, this is the funniest thing in this
Sensors
game.
online.
Oh, by the way, if I ever do kill anybody, you'll know it because this mech has 2 trash can on the dashboard. An herb is gonna pop up out of it, and his eyes are gonna light up, and it's going to play a sound because of speakers on the other side. So if I ever do kill anybody, you'll know it. Trust me. And I have every intention on trying to kill people with this thing. I have every intention of trying to kill people with this thing. seeing and actually doing and trying is a whole nother story, because this thing has an LRM-10 launcher, which is not really that bad. I have 2,000 shots. 2,000 shots in the LRM-10 launcher.
I like glow on all the other maps, depending on what sun's in.
I like to be shiny.
Catch me on HPG. Oh, burn your eyes.
Visible from orbit.
The fact that there is no targets active, this makes me wonder where everyone is. Now, this is bad. An Atlas is an assault mech. An Atlas is outrunning me. I am the last person. If you really think about it, this is the perfect use for an urban mech. It's so slow that it pays to have it launch missiles because it can't get in the battle quick enough. Okay, they have a UAV going up. Now we're finally going to get targets.
Yep. Rolling right on us.
Are they on the right side? I'm following this. I'm following these guys. I have a funny feeling that's what I have a funny feeling that they're over there.
Yeah, H-line, H-9, H. Yeah, H9.
I heard something. I didn't see it, but I heard something. Something blipped. This is a very large map, guys. To try and find anything on this map is hard, especially if a team is just sitting there powered down.
Yep, I see him in what is that, Golf 10?
Especially the fact that I'm playing an urban mech, which is the slowest mech in the game. It's an embarrassment. But it's not useless because I can fire long-range missiles. So I'm using that lack of speed to our advantage.
Target acquired.
J9. 2 light. 3 light.
First blood. First blood, here we go.
Target spotted.
They're probably like, what the fuck?
Target spotted.
Like, is that an urban mech? Are you kidding me?
New target acquired.
See, right now they're panicking because they see missiles coming at them, so they're wasting their airstrikes.
I'm about to.
Behind us.
That's ECM. That's going to be very hard.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
New target acquired.
Crosshairs are turning red, which means that they're hitting. If the crosshairs stop turning red, I stop firing.
New target acquired.
Right now, they're panicking right now, because right now, they know somebody's out there launching missiles. So they're going to try and look.
Direwolf and Urban Mech, you might want to catch up with the rest of the pack.
Target acquired.
Why? Oh, that's why the
Trying to
1500
slow
meters.
next behind guys are going to be in trouble.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
We've lost half our force. We can't lose any more soldiers. 25% of the enemies are eliminated.
New target acquired.
I cannot let down because his ECM is on. When the ECM is on, it slows down your lock on time. It makes it impossible to lock on.
Target
Once the
acquired.
ECM is turned off,
No! No, what is that?
you're able to lock. So
New target acquired. Torso destroyed.
oh,
Read.
they're probably like, so that's who is launching missiles at us. What the fuck? Not one person got one hit on me until the very end. Why? Because I had a tiny mech and I moved very slow. And I was still able to get in the match enough to do damage to everybody on the opposite team. Plus, I had an AMS, which also destroyed missiles that were incoming. So I did my job. Even though I didn't get in the battle, I still did my job. And I'm the slowest mech on the team. So they can't say that Showtime didn't do his job. Hence, an urban mech becoming useful. This is what I like to use an urban mech for. This is what they're meant for. They're meant to have them they're meant to turn them into something not meant to be turned into. Take an urban mech and turn it into something that you never expected for it to be. An urban mech is very slow. Turn it into a missile boat. Go for it. I have urban mechs that can do things that would absolutely boggle your mind. But allow me to show you guys the full extent of what I had come up with. Find where's... Okay, this is the one I have that only fires lasers. This is insane. I have 2 medium lasers. Wait, no, that's not... Wait, yeah, lasers. Where's laser? Lasers. 7 small pulse lasers. Advanced sensor package, a beagle active probe, and 7 small pulse lasers. 7 small pulse lasers. The reason why I have small pulse lasers is because I fire them more often and not fire them. I could just sit there and just hold the buttons down and just spam. By having a pulse laser, reduces the amount of heat generated. Okay? By doing that, you're doing less damage, but you can keep hold the button down for longer periods of time and and generate very little heat. So this mech is able to fire and hold that fire longer than the other one can. So it really is impressive. It really and truly is impressive. You guys are probably looking at me like, why is your street cleaner white? Yeah, I made the street cleaner white. Why? I don't know. I didn't like pink. I didn't like the fact that that street cleaner was pink. That bothered me a lot. So I decided to make it white. Now what we could do is, we could do this. That's the way the street cleaner really looks. It looks like that. But I didn't like the pink. What we could do is, we could do that. We could do that. Because I own all these colors. So we can do this. I figured do blue and white. But doing black and white would be a lot better because you could see the lettering easier if you do black. And doing white here makes more sense because it's easier to see the lettering. Now, this makes more sense because you could read the lettering easier. And it's not pink. Pink is retarded. I can't stand pink. This is better. This is more like it. I can work with this. That's doable. I can do that. That's doable. That's definitely doable. So, all right, getting back to the street cleaner, getting back to the laser. This is a flamethrower. We don't need the flamethrower, but it's there. We have 7 small pulse lasers. Not X-pulse lasers, but small pulse lasers. We have 6 double heat sinks on this thing. It's a little tiny mech, but I figured we had extra space. We didn't really have anything else to put out. Arm was maxed out. May as well put more heat sinks in. So I had more space. I figured add more heat sinks. So I maxed out the heat sinks and therefore maxed out the weight tonnage. So now it's 30 tons exactly. Instead of if I made it under 30 tons, it'd be faster, but and wouldn't have to use a bigger engine. But I had to use the bigger engine. Let's see. So we try and get it using a smaller board. Conquest would be better, but skirmish with Slayer City is a little bit easier to deal with because you'll have your teammates to back you up. If you're doing anything on Slayer City, any type of game mechanic, it's hard because you got to scurry around. You have to be light and fast because scurry around, capturing points, capturing bases. You got to be fast, and I don't have a lot of fast mechs, so the fastest mech I have is a flea, and that's not even the IS. I don't even have the IS flea. I have the clan flea. Because the only flea I have is a clan. So I have a Jenner. The Jenner is, I think the Jenner is a clan mech, I think. Yeah, the Jenner used to be a Star League mech. But I think it became a clan mech. I don't really remember. I have a Jenner. I just don't remember what it is. The Jenner was built during the time of the Star League. And I don't remember if moved over to, because it was built by the Star League. In other words, any mechs that were built by the Star League either went to one of the great houses that built it, or if any of the clanners that were part of that house, they would have had the opportunities to take advantage of that mech and build it for the clans. There are a few clan mechs that were former Star League mechs.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
I'm trying to
Weapons
remember.
online.
I know the Jenner and the Stormcrow were both Star League mechs. I do remember that. The Stormcrow and the Jenner. Hellbringer, Stormcrow, and Jenner. All three were Star League only mechs. They were made during the time of the Star League.
Well, let's stick together and do this.
Same shit, different day. Let's get it done.
What day is it again? Tuesday?
It's payday if we do it right.
I'm gonna check out the raft flank, gentlemen.
Copy. Catapult moving into position to support.
Yes, this is an urban mech, by the way.
I will certainly do what I can, Skywalker.
Remember your override. If you need them.
Target spotted.
Where?
Got one locust over here.
Copy. Working on missiles.
Target acquired.
He's got somebody.
Heading to you on the overpass.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target.
Catapult.
There's a catapult over here and another.
Target spotted.
And watch out for the black jackets, rock, or light PPCs.
got a lot of intervening terrain.
I got like 2 lights following me through the city.
Behind.
Of course, I died.
CPC fired from a Raven.
But I'm curious to see how well the guys are going to do.
Target destroyed.
I'm very curious. They had a UAV up. See that? Right there, they had a UAV up. That's how they were able to know I was there. That's how they knew I was coming. They had a UAV up in the air. Now, having a UAV
Enemies
up
on the
inside
overpass.
the city is hard.
We got a catapult and an urban mech. Ah, shit, they're using the overpass to flank. Get out of here. We're getting surrounded.
Yeah, they got a flank into the Zeal and catapult. Just be careful.
Target spotted.
Warning. Warning.
Target
Missile.
spotted. Losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Warning. Missile.
Raven's almost down. Rear armor's completely gone.
Missile. Critical. Incoming missile. Right torso critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Left torso destroyed.
I'm toast.
I tried to kill that catapult. I'm sorry. I couldn't kill him before he got to you.
Target spotted. 100% of the enemies
New
are
target
eliminated.
acquired. Activated. Right arm destroyed.
Arctic Cheetah? Oh, he's toast. Arctic Cheetahs can't do anything. My God, why are they wasting artillery strikes? That's a fucking waste. Artillery strikes are not cheap, they're expensive. People always waste them. You're winning. Why waste an artillery strike? Not necessary. Completely not necessary. Wow, never seen a Fenrir before.
New target
Very interesting.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, this is a fresh
Target
atlas.
acquired.
This does not look good. Atlas is down. And he killed an Atlas, but an Irby killed him in the return. Ow. All I have to say is ow. That's it. Ow. Getting one-shotted by an Irby is embarrassing. It really is. That's harsh.
Critical damage.
That's very harsh. Having Irby waiting in the wings to finish you off is horrible. That's what Irbys do best. Everybody else does the big damage. Irbys finish them off. That's what they do. But they gotta catch up to him first. So that's what I didn't do. I wasn't able to keep up with the rest of the pack. And I got singled out. And that's how I died. So to speak, that's the way things roll. Okay. Okay, guys. We've been at this for 4 straight hours. I think it's about that time. I would really like to have you guys, if you guys can do this for me, please, pretty please, right now, while you're watching this, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, pretty please. If you want to see more content from this game, I need you to hit the like button, subscribe to this channel, and comment down below. By doing all three, that's going to tell me you want to see this game more than anything. And more than anything right now. Right now, I need confirmation. I need something from you guys telling me that you want to see more stuff from this game. Okay, guys? I need info. I need you guys to tell me what you want. Okay, guys? With that in mind, I would really like to thank each and one of you guys for tuning in. Please stay tuned for every Sunday night, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I will be broadcasting live, whether on PlayStation Network or on PC. It all depends. So join me every Sunday at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time when I am live on PlayStation Network. Thank you very much for watching, and I really appreciate you guys. This was an exceptionally long video, and I have no idea if I'm ever going to be able to upload this massive video, but we'll see. Thank you very much for watching. Have a very nice day. See you guys next time.